Good morning. Today is 18th of June 2025, and we're going to be racing today. Today, we're going to be racing at Doomben. The ground reading is good. This is one of the most prominent tracks in Queensland, and we have raced here quite a few times. Today, we have about 8 races here. The last finishing mile is about 350. The ground reading is good. It's a weekday, Wednesday racing, and we'll see what we can do here today. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing 5 days a week, and we do that in 2 steps. Actually, I don't want to lie. We try to do 5 days a week, but if we do not have the right tracks, then we skip. But we try to do 5 days a week. And we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock or at the gates when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we stick to our picks and place our bets. But if we find that there are circumstantial changes or there are better horses at the paddock, we often step out or we make changes with our bets. It's horse racing, so we need to be vigilant. We need to be making decisions that are worthy and in favor of us. And that is exactly what we try and do. I've got 3 tabs open in front of me. The first one is where we get to see the races. The second one is RaceNet, where we try and look at the odds and the scratchings. And the third one is PalmerBet, where we try and take a look at the official winning numbers. So that's all that we have, and we'll see if we got the feed. Okay, so we have the feed. Now there's a little change, so this probably is going to be a part here. Uh, so while we're going to be using a little bit of shadow because we're getting a lot of threats. Take the odds for the first one. 5, 6, 3, and 7.
Yeah, that's the plan, Mark, and I guess with the way the results have unfolded, you can look to play that percentage ticket and try and ease it out a touch around a couple of legs. We've seen Richie Murray barn in good form, so maybe you need to include them in the second leg with Goldberg and Al Bluebell as well. There's a good shortfall in the first four as well, Mark. So what says 6,000? That first four in the previous race paid 23,000. It's a 6K carry forward in the first four. I haven't seen any extra cash on that first four, so it's currently sitting just up to the 10K mark. Well worth a play. I definitely will have something on the 10. That's kind of $14 two from around that $20 quote. That would be my roughie if you wanted to look towards anything around those multiple bets. The focus was at a big price, and potentially shouldn't have been at such a big quote for a runner that's got very good synthetic form. So like his chances on the each way, and a must if you're playing the quaddy / first four as well. Stephen Marsh holds a good strong hand in the race. We're going to catch up with Steve, this is what he's got to say about Cinnamon, Billy Lincoln and Norris, and a couple of other chances as well coming up for the barn. But your Keegan favourite $5, the last start placing, which was even Barca. Good form for last character Grandstand the last two starts here. So there's a lot to talk about that form. Focus coming out of that same race as well. We'll catch up with Stephen Marsh. See what he's got to say about his runners. Stephen, three really good chances here. Cinnamon, first of all, quite an eye-catching run from a staying tight first up over 1,400 metres.
All right, this is the first one here. It's a it's a maiden race over 2,000 meters. If you look at the odds, it's 5, 6, 3, and 7. That 5 is the favorite, right? If we look through the rails, then we get 5, 8, 6, and then the 2 is here. So that makes 8 a check, all right? The 5 is the favorite, and if we look at how things are placed, then the 3 is the neutral, which is placed here. It has the physics to win this. It has the physics to get in, and the rest is here. That 5 is the favorite, but and that's the highest spell. So probably the 5 is getting in, but will it win? If we look through the pressure on the jockey and we try to figure out what exactly the thing looks like. So we get the 3 here on top. I'll do it the other way. So we get the 3 here on top. One has 20 races. It did not do anything in last 20. What will it do today is quite a question. Then we get 6 and 7. So the 5 is the favorite. This one is neutral. This one has 4 races. This one has 10 races. The pressure is adequate on this, but it has one of the jocks which has been handicapped in a very, very strong and fundamental way. So we'll see how that works. But 3 has the best jock. 5 is the second one. If we look through the pressure line, 1 is there, but 1 has 20 races. It did not do anything in last 20. It dropped down to almost nothing. Then the 6 is okay with an EW jock. Then comes the 7. So apart from the 1, we get everything through the jockey pressure here. But 5 is the favorite, and 5 is the one which is from the top. About the 8 is there, and how that 8 will work is something that we have to figure out, because it is here. It's with an EW jock. So, but it has the physics, all right. But having said that, this is the largest drift. And this is exactly where they kind of do that thing that they should not be doing, which is getting the second harsh pool. If this was here, it was good. It is here, that's why it is a problem. If we look through the jockey, then we get 3, 5, then we get the 1, but that's 20 races. Then we get 6. We'll see if we can match this today. So 3, 5, 6 is probably what we are looking at, and then it is between 7 and 8. The 7 has 3 races. It did not do anything. 8 has 5 races, and that's the largest drift. This is the EW. So it's between these two. So we'll see how that works.
Too good. Keegan beat Billy Lincoln. Third over was Wainui Bay from Pax Monday. Then came Ultimate Focus running on nicely. Pendurious was next, followed by Cinnamon. Then came Save Some Fun, Poster Boy. Well back, Dangerous Liaisons, and Secura Rose was back near the tail of the field. Number 1, Keegan, Vinnie Colgan, lovely ride. And they're at $5.30 and $1.90. Billy Lincoln. Nice ride too by young chap Taplin, gave it every chance. Will be second. Wainui Bay will be third, and Pax Monday will be the fourth of them home. Keegan, start number 13, win number 4, the son of Swiss Ace, trained by Big.
There's nobody who's going to do the commentary today. Is that what the case is? Somebody is throwing hearts. Thank you for doing that. There's no commentary. Brilliant.
Two Ormond Road, Jack Mavis. Three preferred bands, Emily Bank. Four Sherwood North, four Hamlet. Five, so Suave Entry Jacket. State of Affairs, Carl Wilson Taylor. Seven, Kelmark Big, David Thornton. Eight, Live, Century Road. Betting on the first. Chris Cat 31 to 51. Auburn Road 14 to 16. Preferred stats 11 down 12. Sherwood North 61 to 81. That's Suave 170 now 160. State of Affairs 350 out to 380. Calbar Queen 12 out to 13. Live 15 to 17. This race due in 5 minutes time. Today's track rating is at 4. The grey on this clear never been competition. Riders check race 6:15 Rock Brother and Steve Booker. Race 7 Treasure Round. Riding positions. Runners are arriving behind the Ladbrokes Marion stalls for the first race today. So Suave covers are happy to take the short price. Open at $1.70, now down to $1.45. Stable Affairs as results gone from $3.50 out to $4.20. So big money coming in for short odds for number 5, So Suave. Behind the gates, just over 2 minutes to
Ricardo, good afternoon to you and good afternoon everyone. Watching the Skyline broadcast, the Angles movement under cloud skies, but no threat of rain. As you said, rain over 11 metres doesn't get any further, but that's the furthest point. 11 metres has been a progression over the last 4 Wednesdays. Over the 6 last Wednesdays, meaning figures this morning, track maybe even a little quicker than last week. So we might be doing some mistakes, but regardless, the track is over dry. They've taken the short on so suave. It's always a positive sign when they go up short. That was prepared to take it. 1-7.
Tuna, welcome back.
Goes up.
The 3 is good. The 3 is good, Tuna. But let's just... I'm going to skip the first one. We'll see how it works. That 8 is there in the game. I don't know why it is not there within the odds, but probably a jockey thing.
Start a break, which is up the ladder. Switch on the married to perfect edge on the rail. They're off and racing now. So Sparrow might have missed it by a length. Show and Norman prefer to dance for the first 2 to go. Lucifer the Cat showing the speed. Calvin, we have the one. Sparrow balance up behind them. They get the lead post the first time. Then zoom wide and they've orange and purple. Looking for a more prominent position, except the tail, state of affairs in Auburn Road. Turning out of the straight with a mile left to go, preferred advance, as was the case at the Gold Coast, sets up shop in front, Sublime goes up to be second. So Suave with the Washington was going to get the box seat, was travelling third on the rail, and fourth on the outside is Calbar Queen. Then a line of 3, Lucifer the Cat 3 deep. And Sean Norman inside that pair, state of affairs. Auburn Road last to the 8, about 5 off the lead. Pace only steady as they turn to the back straight and reach the 1,200 metres. The third dancers go to try and lead all of the way. Sublime sits second, trailing by 3/4. So Suave will favourite backers. They get on good terms for themselves in the early middle part because the favourites in the long seat. He's travelling well for jockey-weight. 108 fourth, Calbar Quinn 2000. I think State of Affairs actually finding a stable so Suave. And Lucifer goes hustle around the field to try and catch the napping. Second last, show up Norm and Auburn Rock.
Jesus Christ, what is that? 1. It has 20 races. It did not do anything in last 20 races.
Sublime's gone already. Passed by State of Affairs, tracking through on the rail. Calbar Queen forced to make a wide run. Auburn Road, on the other hand, sticking to the rail. And Show of Norm is last of all. On the turn, 400 left to run. Lucifer the Cat. Lucifer, he's straight in front for preferred advancement. Say Suave, ambled up on the outside. If there's a danger, it might be State of Affairs coming on. And Auburn Road has made some ground possibly for a place. Down to the over 200 metres. Say Suave in front. Maybe they have to pull the persuader. State of Affairs on the outside is trying hard.
5, 6, 2, 3.
He's got a 3/4 length margin. And Say Suave will lead. Big State of Affairs.
5, 6, 2, 3.
It's fourth. It's Calbar Queen, followed by Show of Norm, Sublime, and the Lucifer made a bit of a run, but stopped in the straight at red last, 2:968. So slow, yeah, brother, bit of a way to go. He's got the maiden out of the road today, and the man that gave the perfect ride. State of Affairs did lead for some sort of trade, but then Manny had to work on it, so suave. There was something like the margin on the line to be that small. So 5, okay, that is Chris Waller first on the 6th stadium.
So what happened is the 5 through the rails went through, then so So what we've started doing is we started getting the aggregation on the length. All right, I'll explain this once we have tried and tested this thoroughly, but we'll see how it works in all the other races. So if that's the scene, that's the maiden. It's for a maiden race, right? That went for a maiden race. 562. So we had that here to the rails 5-6, and then to the 8 did not get through. This did not get through. It went here. 5-6-2, and the 3 because it was a neutral. Five has been scratched. One 863. Okay, we are with the second one here at Doomben. If we look through the odds, it's 1863. That one is the favorite. If we look through the rails, we get 183 here, 6 here, and the 9 is here. The 9 is there in between. Okay. Now, so about these two horses, the 3 and the 1, the first one and the second one, okay? The first one and the second one is, firstly, they're not handicapped adequately. So anybody can, do that thing to them. Anybody with the advantage here, the lower ones, anybody can do that. So this is the 8 is the neutral. This one is the linear, which is there, which is a 4-figure linear. This is a 4-figure linear. But if we look at these two horses, the 1 and 3, if we look at the odds, that's 1 is the favorite. But the difference between these two horses, if we look at the pressure point, it is about 3% difference. And if we look at the section speed, which we have a part of it, which is about 7%, 7% here and 3% here. So it's not a huge difference. So the advantage is with 3. Though it is the favorite, but the advantage is definitely with 3. Since the difference is 7% and the pressure is 3%, okay? What does that mean is they're very close to each other. There's hardly any difference between these two horses, but the pressure is very close. So what are the possibilities in this case? That the management and the jockey, that's the key point. And if it doesn't get tailed, that's the thing. If it gets tailed, and then it becomes a little dicey. This one is a 28 by 25. This is a 24 by 28. In this aspect also, the 3 has more advantage. But having said all that, the 9, if we look at what happened in the first one, So this is first time we are using the aggregation. So 562 we've got that through this. Okay, I'm not saying that this is going to repeat. I'm not saying this is going to repeat. But what I'm saying is that 9 is there. Probably. It is one of the BBs. Strong advantage on this. So that 9 is a check. Now, if I have to bet on this one, I don't want to actually, because it's a volatile game. I mean, I don't play with huge money, but having said that, I know there are a lot of people in this channel, my friends, they do a substantial amount, and in this they're not in a position to safeguard themselves. It's not a handicapping that can save them. This is more of an open kind of a situation, welcoming trouble. And out of these two, the 3 has the rails. The difference here is about 3% between these two horses. And with aggregation, with the section speed, we have about 7% difference between these two. All right. This one and this one is about 17%, and here we have almost 15-16%. So things can go very bad. Things can go very, very bad. Plus, that's the management here. The 1600 meter. So generally 1400 meters, 1600 meters, 2 of the BBs, they get into the top 4. And here, this is the one which is not there as a BB. So things are tricky. Things are tricky. It is not easy. It is not easy. And the 3 has a better jockey. The 3 has a better jockey. This is the second linear better jockey. The first linear, the second best jockey. Then we have the neutrals here. The 9 is here with a drift jock, which is here. So things are very tricky. The things are very tricky here. I'd like to stay out. I'd like to see what happens. 1 is the favorite. We've got that. I mean, we've got 1, 3, 8, 9, and 6 up till here, out of which these 3, 1, 3, and 8 are within the rails. So if I had to bet, I would have gone through a combination of all 3. But that's not what I'm going to do. I'm going to stay out and I'll see what happens. Plus, there's no commentary today here. I don't know why, but
Tim, how are you, mate? Yes, these runners are great for race two. I think it's one thing which made it clearly. It's an easy favourite. They're out from 200 this morning. It's easy enough at 390s, been well back from 4-8 this morning. So, the best back runner. Next from on, solid at 424 this morning. One of them, Grandstand, well. One improvement from last time. Take on a stick, 240 the drum, double for the figures. Coming to the 7 to the hour. It's Victorian for $11 for the next. But number 6 is the best bank rate of 3 9. The same one average today of 330. I think we're yesterday, late to go to 4 hours. Heading to the second race today, Travis's TR race day, 28th June, made in play. White Cambridge made by Doomben. Pretty figure, aged 3 gas brigade, out of Lima. For the big car, right? 6 years above, 91. 7 Canary, it's all 8 Nuclear Epsilons, and I think they're going to the
There's almost no money on one on the tote. There's no money on one. It's a super heavy favorite. That one is at
second. Okay, a 290, 340. Big figure, 11, 12 back to 10. Gas Brigade 850 now up. Woodley Gate 171. Runners best back runner, 460 now, 370. Kadari, 13 down 12. Medium spots, 420 up to 480. Saturday Girl, 10 to 13, back to 12, back to 12 down. Go to the second. Came from Victoria, but a couple of provincial races. Trial ordinarily, yeah, raced ordinarily this week. It really jumped out of the sunshine came last time out. We happened well. That was the trial was in the most effective in Victoria. Hello, mate. Jared Cox here. Training side of things. Didn't have a chance with that. Been mentioning $8, $8.50 now, tab. Nancy Mark's the best bank runner. So much so, there's Houston, 350 360 Cambridge Bay. Then Blue DX 480, Gas Brigade 850, and Saturday still 950. It's a maiden with a full scenario action in the toe. It's not an easy race to assess. There are a few general charts. Market tells us that with 5 runners, 4 figures. Shorty won the first so far. Very elegant brother got the job done. One of the dynamic move, but a mixed win. Lead the stable mate. Stable fair, so it's not training first and second in the opener. As they now move into the second here. Rail position today, we're running 1,660 metres. Starting up well. Last few coming up to the second. Gas Brigade goes to its position. Cambridge Bay, the one-time favourite goes up, and the second favourite needs above. Assuming the roll is the favourite. Green figure goes in. We're all in. Right to go in the second. Starter back, switch on the right. Racing. Keep the X-Box off the inside. Began the best. Gas Brigade was mostly away. Easy love third, but the Camel soon after the start to find the spot off speed. There's Green figure rolls forward the Archer Park racing colours. Settling fifth on the rail, Saturday's Girl as they negotiate the first bend. And about through the Cambridge Bay, has been able to get him one off the rail. Outside of the ex-Victorian Kadari, the next to Ravina and Ludwig, the two roughly second last and last. They head down the back straight inside the 1100. Gas Brigade found the rail, showed down from Green Finger. They try to steady the lead. Easy Love, right behind them in third the Gold Colours, and fourth around was Luby X Box. 2.5 to 7 days girl outside of Kadari. 2 Cambridge Bay, 2 behind it, Woodley and Extra Levita. 7 lengths standard as they reach the halfway mark, just over 800 left to run. Bailey Beeler's got Gas Brigade in front of him, is dictating down. 3/4 Dream Singer second, both Luby X Box in third. Easy Love 40 outside are enjoying terrific roads, big race. Next pair, the 7 days girl outside of Kadari. Cambridge Bay has about 5 or 6 lengths to make up. Britton Harper, big and Extra Levita is last. 64.54, the first house, 60 metres. Gas Brigade came to the turn in front from Dream Finger. Easy Love swinging wide. Then Lou the Excellence getting off the rail and meekly challenging Gas Brigade. Easy Love now gathers momentum again. The older centre of the track, they bit off Gas Brigade. Now it's between Lou the Excellence the inside and Easy Love out wide. They are wide apart. Easy Love out wide. Lou the Excellence over on the inside. It's hard to line them up. Cambridge Bay up to third. Here's the post coming up. They hit it.
6.
Beat over in slots, Cambridge Bay third, Saturday's Girl was next, followed by Gas Brigade, Extra Levita passing it through, then Canary, Saturday's Girl would win. The last team at 140, too low. Tracking a wide passage straight. Not having best to score right over the outside fence. That's hard to line up at
6.
the bench post. Best back runner, 16th half, Michael Rob. David Vanguard is first. Second, 8 Ring, the excellent Andrew Manning from this leads. David Vardy, number 1.
6, 8, 1, and 9. So what happened? That 6, which was a neutral. Why this happened is because, that's not a strong handicapping. That is not a strong handicapping. And anybody can beat that. Anybody. This goes more vulnerable in that case. The 6 was here, which was a neutral with one of the best jocks, which was that. 6, 8, then 1 here, and the 9 came through that power of aggregation. We will refine this. We will get this 6, 8 through the jocks. This is all jock.
Makes sense.
Seven has been scratched. 1, 3, 5, and 2.
Set, sharp, now. And do sunset. Having his one time. Mounting up at Canterbury. No, haven't been done tonight. So, okay. Yes, all good out here. Okay. Yeah, hi, Kent. There's only 6 runners here in the next. The 2-year-old filly's maiden, and punters are really tossing the coin here between Erno, who's got the race experience, and straight sets on debut. He's won both her cars in very impressive fashion. So Erno's priced at 260, the same quote as she was this morning. Avenue Montaigne at 48. This is a short one. Kakadu Sunset at 13. Their straight sets was 240 this morning. Now the joint favourite at 260. Yazoo 750. That's a 2-point rip. Vino the outside at 41. So Erno, the straight sets, they're 260 to please. The fillies are on the track. Race 2 Canterbury due in 6 from now. Sharp Vino, straight sets. No. Now at the starting gate for H2, the Rambit handicap for the 2-year-old fillies over 1,250 metres. No Tommy Very Right, number 1 Erno. Fillies mate, and that's 3 minutes away. That is
Okay, this is the third one here at Doomben. So if we look at the odds, it's 1, 3, 5, and 2. 1 is the favorite. If we look through the rails, we get 2, 5, 1, and 4, and 3 is here. Now that 4 is the linear. The 3 is the second linear. And this one has the physics. It is not that it cannot get in, it can get in. But this 4 is a dangerous one, which is there because that's the linear. It's a 323, right? It's a 323. There's no reason to underestimate this. This is quite capable of doing all the damage. And now if we see, so far we had what, 28 here, and then we had a 13 here, and the thing went through advantage. All right, but now they played the pressure here. They played the pressure here on that 323, but it is not there within the odds. All of these horses, they have just won one race, and on one race it is on a 62, wherein the favorite with 5 races has 25. But the point is this, that one is the only one which actually has a win. So the one actually won a race. It is called an open race. It is not a maiden one. So the one actually has a midsection speed, which means that it has been to the winning circle, and that's a complete pressure line. That's a complete pressure line. Now the thing is, so the one, I mean, we have to understand how and why these numbers are important and how it works. So if we look at here, this one was at 28%, which was a linear. Why it was done that was because of the other horses which are playing, and to equalize them. And in the bargain of equalizing them, the 6 won because of the jockey with 24 by 14, and this was a 26 by 14. So this was with a better jock. So this thing played with the jock. Okay, this was the best jock. Here the best jock is on 3. That's the first thing. That's the best jock. Okay, so that's the first thing which is there. Secondly, if we look at the distribution of the weight that has happened here, so that 4, they have given it the adequate advantage over this, because without the pressure it is difficult to win. Without the right pressure it is difficult to win. This one had the pressure, but it made it a 4 figure. Here it has the pressure which made it a 323. And so how the advantage might work? They're both within the rails. Okay, this one is the largest out inner drift, and this is the linear. So there are 2 possibilities that might happen. One is the one has a league race. Okay, it also has a winning along with it. It has won one of the races. And so if there is a low pressure on this horse, that will work as an advantage, because it is already a winner, and a low pressure on the horse just makes it relaxed. That's the first thing that will happen. But it's a 360 straight. So that 4 is in a position to build up like nobody's business. So that thing can happen. Having said that, their management is like 53. They're bleeding. These guys are bleeding. Financially, they're bleeding. So their company, their stud farms, there's some kind of a mismanagement going on there. So that is what their problem is. So they're in stress. In stress, will they be able to deliver is one question. The second thing is, if they build up, then this thing is gone for a toss, because it doesn't have the fuel. So both of these horses are dicey. So what might work here? The 5 is a colt, and it doesn't have a dedicated jockey. So the 5, it's a colt, it's a mixed sex, okay? So it doesn't have a dedicated jockey, but it has the highest aggregation we can figure. In that case, if that's the highest aggregation, that's fair enough. That's just number. But the reality of the fact is that this is a colt, which is a very difficult animal to handle. And this jock is not a friendly jock. This jock is going to be riding that horse for the first time. So that's that. The one which is actually hitting the roof has 5 races. It has done nothing in last 5 races. Will it move it? Is a big question. It's a big question. And the 3 is with the best jock. This also has 1 race. The 4 also has 1 race. This is 62. And with a bad management, the 3 is at a 45, 1 race. But both of them have won 1 race, okay? The 4 and the 1. The 4 and the 3. They have won 1 race. They are almost the same thing. So they're almost the same thing. The difference here is the pressure on the jockey. It has the physics, but winning is difficult for this. It cannot go up. So this entire thing becomes a gamble. The 5 is very questionable. I have a strong indication on the 5, but I'm not going to get on with a colt and to begin with, unless it has a friendly jockey, which is not the case. The 1 and the 4 have been put head to head, but this one is the linear, this one is relaxed, this is at 25%, this is at 62%, this is at 28, this is at 31. So 4 is a better horse, but they're bleeding. This company is bleeding. Their entire stud farm is bleeding because of some mismanagement that they have done. So not the thing that is ideal. Things can go wrong, and things will go wrong, probably. I have nothing against the 1. The 1 is a very good horse, but there are a couple of things which are very important here. Is it's not the only one. The 4 is there to give it that thing back, along with 3. 3 is not in a position to win, but it has the most suitable pressure. 3 is here. It is difficult from this position to win. So that's a problem. And this one is the largest outer. The 6 is the largest outer. This is not the largest outer. This is the largest outer. But this will not work because here it is there. This is the largest inner. Huge difference. And there's no commentary today. We don't even know, what are these horses from any of the experts who sit there on a regular basis. They're not doing any commentary today. For some reason, they're not doing it. Maybe because it's a midweek and nobody is available.
Thanks to Northern Pole number 100. This week they started at 240 yesterday, and then $1.70. It's coming out the list to show a hard experiment season. So then if I'm a bit with decided to do them, they have a lot easier. These racing managed to roll for it. And I thought it would market rights for 170. They also like the stablemate First Empire. The daily run for Sunshine Coast was good, I'm sure. The 13.50 going to help him. He's $3.80. He did from 4.40 this morning. 5 block your hold spot at 5.50. I think disappointed with the April lockout. Double figures. One North Pole, the market mover, my best bet. But then it Doomben, hit 5 minutes. North Pole 185 now, 170. Just down at 12 out to 15. First Empire 370 to 420. Long Shin Koala 16. Lockyer 480 to 650. We're back to 550. This is running late driving for Lockyer. Stones Dance 101 and 201. So they're at 19. Post time.
It's very ideal. I mean, this is what I do. I wait for the right opening. There's going to be at least 2-3 races where there's going to be a very suitable opening. Those are the clean shots. These are not clean shots. These are all chances. Might happen, might not happen.
Runners getting ready to move in. Third race here at James running below. First Empire there with artistic endeavour. Grandstand, North Pole, Lockyer. started off at 240 yesterday morning with more control, which turned on. So solid support effect. Although I would say just with the last minute, it's getting out again. It's going to be the shortest 170. It's back to 190. There has been a move for its namely First Empire at 360. They're the only seriously have one who's held its place. The rest are fairly friendless. Just to the last minute, it's a gamble of sorts with the polls. Coming out of the show a hard listed level, allocated and showed good speed to lead. Sexual was really strong, so we had to keep going. Suddenly, back to the big leagues in 50. Suitable side before him. That's the reason he's favoured North Pole, but they're with a school of thought and sort of played that at the top of the money to the first empire lock their whole spot. Well now, they're pretty smart. North Pole goes up. Just to get there, will be the last one. 700 city. Got the favourite North Pole. There's the light. Accepting the third movement. Racing. Coming in a good line. North Pole, the favourite, one of the first to go. Zongshin Chihuahua's got early speed. First Empire jump, one of them settled third behind that leading pair. Severe was fourth away, then lockout. Artistic Endeavour, written club, and they goes back, but the Grandstand was just ahead of it. Go on the back straight now, trembling by the 1,000 metres with Zongshin Chihuahua in a new role today. Going from behind the dip switch on they do. Today's the pace setter. North Pole is sitting up in second, can't lead them. First Empire, meanwhile, follows the pair in third, gets a good trail. Likewise, Severe, 3/4 of a length away in fourth spot. To the lock, you're outside of Stransdance, and Artistic Endeavour just bowling on in last position, 5 off the lead. Heading down the side now, 600 metres left to run. Let's check the first split. It's in 46 and 8 for 3, and that's slow. So the race will be a sprint home. Zongshin Koala leads from North Pole. So they're about to come 3-1 and try and start a runner. First Empire sprinting on a runner. Monkey's got ground to make up, and then came Stransdance and Artistic Endeavour. Fully overbound, Zongshin Koala. Now heading on the outside by North Pole, but First Empire gets out. He gives go chase, and Lockyer is sprinting down the outside. The favourite's in danger. Lockyer on the outside. Oh, sprinting hard and fast. Swept by the leaders, moved away and scored. Lockyer first.
5-3-1.
Showed his best today, Lockyer. First Empire with North Pole, losing late for third. Then Severe again, Artistic Endeavour, Zongshin Koala, and the looking to beat Stransdance, 121.43. See North Pole, he hits the lead, he wasn't getting away, and I initially thought First Empire was going to be a stumbling block to the favourite, but all of a sudden, Lockyer switched on the pair. He's had a wrap on him, and he's delivered today
So what happened is that 5 with that force just went through. That's aggregation. So we still have to figure out, what exactly is the correlation between this aggregation and the pressure point which is there. So that we need to figure out, but that is what happened. The 3 was not in a position to win, but it got second because it had the physics. 1 and 4, what happened is the 1 could not, the 1 had less pressure, but that less pressure actually did exactly what it did here. So that just did not work. And this one, the 4, what went wrong with 4? Okay, so it's a linear, and there's a 62% pressure on this horse. So what they should have done is they should have waited for the right opportunity. They should have pushed the horse at the 600-meter marker instead of pushing the horse from the very beginning, from the gates. What they did is they pushed this horse way too much. They raved it out. And why that happened is because of the desperation here. It is because of the desperation. That is a wrong calculation on that horse. This horse should have waited for the bend, and then, you know, at the 600-meter marker, push the button on this horse, and that's when this will work. So that was a mismanagement on this. This one did not have the pressure to win. This one was out of this entire thing. It was not in a position to win either. So in this case, that is what happened. The 2 was a fake one because that just did not do anything. And the 8 went through. The 8 was the second highest advantage. The second highest advantage, the 8, which was an EW as well. They don't need rails. But that came in 4th. So there's no point talking about it. The 5 went through that aggregation. One 910 scratched. Four 372. Okay, this is the fourth one here, 1100 meters maiden. If you look at the odds, it's 4, 3, 7, and 2. 4 is the favorite. If you look through the rails, we get 4 on top, and that's the linear. It's a 356. It's got one race, and the pressure is 56 on this. Are they in a good hands? They are in a moderate hands. Then they're very matured, but they're in a moderate hand. But if we look at how the jockey placing is, so then we get the 4 here like that, and the pressure is here. So we've got these guys with a lot of pressure on them. So now that's a good position. That is a good position, right? But within the rails we have 5 as well, which is also in a good hands. We have 5, 7, and the 11 is partially there as well. So this one doesn't need rails, but it is there. So 11 is the one which has the highest advantage. It's got 3 races. It did not do anything in last 3. The 7 has been put to test, so the 7 is there, and the 5 is the villain which is hiding. The 5 is the villain which is hiding. The 5 is not there within the odds, but it has the physics. It is one of the horses which is quite capable of putting things upside down. So, and they're kind of tailing each other. So, generally it is here. The game is within the rails. So if it is within here, then that is a check. Now, how big a damage are we expecting from this? Can it win and destroy the 4? If we look at the sectional speed, we have 100. This one is 100, okay, and then we have a 50. So that's a 50 point there, and the pressure difference here is 56 minus 13, which is 43. So 50, 43. Now, how this works generally is, if the sectional speed is X, then this has to be more than X. So the 4 is safe. If this was less than the sectional difference, that means if the sectional difference was 35 and the pressure difference is 32, then the 5 gets the advantage. So this is a neutral. We generally see that neutrals do get a place, but they get difficult. It gets difficult for them to win. So we'll keep that aside. It's probably not going to damage, but it is horse racing at the end of the day. So this thing is there, which makes it a problem. This within rail anything, and when there's a number and which shows a competitiveness, and it is got the physics here, then automatically it becomes a check, and they are like that. So if you look at who's riding 5, C. Brooker, and this is Angela Jones. So Angela Jones is a good jockey, and today we have the opening here with 4. 4 should win. 4 should not default. What are the other possibilities that might happen? If that 5 gets in, it gets in. If that 7 gets in, it gets in. Those are the possibilities. But the other possibilities are definitely the 11, which is with the highest advantage. The 7 is been put to test, so the 7 is good. The 7 is not bad, but the problem is when there are 2 horses with the same number of runs and one with advantage and the other one has been put to test, the one which has advantage, we've just seen that this thing came in, and this thing had 5 races, so there's nothing, that was not a clean opening anyway. But here the possibilities are there that the 11 might just get in, or these 2 horses have no races, so I don't know what they will do, the 2 and the 3. But this is another 112, which is there in the game. Why? Because it is the largest drift. The drifts generally are quite capable of getting into this is generally the second horse pool, and it is placed at the right position. All that needs to happen is the jock needs to play it right. If we have a good jock on this, I don't know whether we have a good jock on this. It's a weekday, and we don't even have commentaries. Most of the jocks are not here. J-Mac is not here, and some of the best jocks are not here. So we have to rely on whatever we have, and the 4 looks like good. The 4 should win. If the 4 doesn't get
Righteous Legend right there, so Wayne, Sleuth is carving down towards the rails, Marino going with it. Looks as though it's amazing once we go forward from that wide draw, if Wizard starts and take them back to last. Righteous Legend pushes on there, and Jason Connor will throw in the front, whipping right round the outside. It's amazing. He's doing a bit of work to get there. Lane will hand up and sit in third. Heroes Girl fourth, the rails. Then came Canterita on the running line, touching along it. In advance of Sleuth and a length and a half after Wizard Star. About 7 lengths covers the field, and Righteous Legend the favourite. Races to a length and a half, 2 length lead now. It's amazing. Heroes Girl pushing through on the rails, third, a half the outside to Dwayne. Third further back to Canterita on the outside of Sleuth. And Wizard Star's got it all to do. They lead the back straight till about 7 lengths covering last to first. And the front runner, Righteous Legend's gone further in front. It's amazing being Diggle along in second. Then Piero's Girl from Dwayne. Sleuth, Canterita, Wizard Star. 400 a runner. Righteous Legend about a length and a half clear. It's amazing's under the pump in second. Wayne pulling out. Piero's Girl's hunting the fence and they turn it. Into the straight, Righteous Legend 2 in front. To Dwayne moving Righteous Legend nicely clear though with 150 to go from Dwayne Canterita. Here's Sleuth with a big run late. Canterita and Sleuth and Canterita. Oh, it's becoming a swoop this track today. Canterita got there, beating Sleuth, who got the Righteous Legend. Then Wizard Star whizzing home from a mile back. Further back to Dwayne's amazing. Piero's built at a cheek run on the fence and finished last. Canterita, Karen McAvoy. Sweeping wide out, $5 a win, 280 a place. Betting Sleuth was coming through the centre of the 340. Electric's Legend, known for Taylor. Those coming about 3 or 4 off the fence down the straight and producing the big finishes now. And the Camperito wins the maiden today. She's by Schnitzel and Martini. First win down from
Let 8 has the best jock.
Dominate the market. Once they spend $1 Gold handicap. Spurs 16 to 17 down to 12. He's 260 with a 240. Vegas 180 up to 220. Out of turn 17 to 20 back to 18. Rosso Levanto 19 to 20. Tiara 14 to 15. Equinard 26 down 21. Final Void 101. Shark Ball 81. Between the spare D Vegas 220 and $2.40. It's fascinating. Now, each of these would have made much Canada. It's the online middle of this Vegas, the one to start. Such a situation being clashing today. Estimated market for at least a little bit normal. Years out of big Vegas. Then they flip. Big Vegas have support. Now it's flipped again. Years is environment jumping in. Basically, on tab, it's big Vegas 215 to 4. Pre-game it's 230. Not the 218. Getting very close to sharing favouritism. 225 big Vegas up to 218. Years in 235. Not another Ronaldo Spurs or setting a beneficial trial. Thought the eye back in the summer. We haven't seen it since, but they went up 51 yesterday. 30 up this morning. And now we're down to $11. So we'll ignore that as they move in. But coming up well. Easy. Uncommon James' half brother. It's no good today. He's the next one to load in Vegas. She's making her turn. Charles Presley before her debut in July last year. Her second illegal farm that day. Big shipped out. Shut from here a fortnight ago. She's ready for hands today. Right in the market. Right. Well, she was the favourite, but now he's QAP. It's taken over as favourite. So now we'll get big Vegas the last few minutes of betting. It's getting a easy proof that it's low. On 10, number 3, Yogi is a 220 for big Vegas 705. It's been the market and not updated to the last year's spur $12 longer on 6. Apparently, yeah, it's perfect. Head for it. Was number 2. Wasn't this time. It's the game shot. I think just running up. The position of Barbara still in the last one. Status. Sitting behind the end of his bank for driving finishing on it. Driving finishing. Barbara Spur goes in. Set for the base. 10 seconds. There's the line. The brain. They're off now. And Yo-Yo Yeezy, so marvellous last. Barbary Spur jumped fast, beat early. Equine are pushing up inside of it. Final Void going to third, fourth away, Shark de Moore. Then Big Tiara, followed by Yo-Yo Yeezy, through the swing on it. Big Baker, she's off the track. So the two big guns in the market are basically centre field or a touch worse. A few weeks away, down the turn, run off its feet, 3 weeks away last. Down the side, 500 left to run. Equine Army, Barbary Spur, Shark de Moore. Then Final Void, Big Vegas has been 3-1 from the get-go. That's where she'll stay. Big Tiara is sneaking through on the rail. Yo-Yo Yeezy in traffic coming to the turn. Now pulls to the outside. Even while it rocked on the turn was last of all. In the home straight though, Barbary Spur went by Equine Arnold, dash to the lead. Big Vegas still giving chase. Yo-Yo Yeezy can't win. Barbary Spur in front. Big Vegas is coming strongly. Barbary Spur the leader, but Big Vegas has got it. That's a big win first up. 1-4. Mention for Barbary Spur, right in second. They spokes the others. Then Equine Arm followed by Out of Turn. Then Shark the Ball, Big Tiara. Yo-Yo Yeezy after the slow start, never got into the affair. And Rosso Levanto and Final Void out the board for the tail. 14.17.
4-2.
Riding double with feeling up today. And as I said, an honourable mention.
What a run. 4-2. I don't know what the results are. We've got the 4 for sure. Take a look at the official numbers. Come on. 4287. Eight had the best jock. So what happened is that 5 was set as a neutral. That did not work. Oh, this 2 was actually good. This 2, which was an EW, was actually good. It was doing pretty well, and also it had one of the drifts on this jocks, so that was pretty much neat. If we look at the thing, 4-8 comes here. That's the best jock. 4-8, 4-8, I think. 4-2 was here, so 4 and 2. They were like neck to neck, these two jocks. The difference is this one was a linear, this one was an outer drift. They were kind of neck to neck. In terms of handicapping, we can balance this here because this is Doomben. The rural tracks, this data doesn't match. They kind of play very weirdly. So that's neck to neck, and this one was the best jock we had here. And then the 7. So here the horses actually work. Yesterday we were at a track where the horses don't work. It is all jocks. Huge scratchings, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Six, 2, 3, 5.
No rain, blah, blah, blah. So Miss Jones, Roach, Castile, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so the fourth race here, Clayton, over 1,250 metres, number 1, Capital Narrow. This is the Rocky of the field at $61. The Army number 2 at $4.80. Glorious Moment $7. Trial World leading up to this. Being Girls first up here. Array at 21. Wah $4. For a travel. Then you'll say goodbye. So priced at 340. There's your favourite so number 8, followed up by Mr. Jones, who's been back from 950 to 650 in a support for race number 11. Was 11 this morning, into 950. Early best back here is number 8, so at the ring
There's again some problem with this feed and network. Come on, what's wrong?
Well, you should contact the French and tell them to do better. They're called mackerel.
Right, this is the fifth one, class 3. So if we look at the odds, it's 6 to 3 and 5. Okay. If we look through the rails, we get 6 on top, then 3, then 6 to 3, and then 5 is here. Okay. Now 5 and 8 both have the physics. They can get in, but winning is difficult from that position. Now the problem is this in this particular thing is the problem in this particular thing is that they're not adequately handicapped. They're all four figures. They're all four figures. And if we look at the pressure line, there's hardly anything that we can make out of this. If we look at the highest pressure, that will be on the linear, but the linear is here. It's difficult for that linear to win. The 6 has advantage. That is there. It is with one of the best teams, and the kind of good team. It comes from gate number 10, but the handicapping is such. It's a linear, but it is a 4-figure linear. So anybody from anywhere can chase this horse. The 8 will not win, but it is quite capable of getting in a position. The 5 is not in a position to win. It is here, but it has the physics. It'll get in. The 6 and the 3. The 3, I kind of if we look at the section speed on these two horses plus the pressure points, then this one is on pressure, this one is not on pressure. So this one has more advantage, right? This one has more advantage. 41 by 31, so that's 41, 31, that's 10. And here it is 22, 14. So that makes what? 22 minus 14 is equal to 8. Yes. So then this is 10 and this is 8. So definitely the advantage is with 3. But that's it's very much exposed. It is very much exposed, the 3. So is the 6. The odds basically are a hunch. That's what is happening. The hunch has some basis also, that like this one is a good team, and there's a strong physics on this horse. So there's a possibility, but it cannot safeguard its interest. Like in this one, it couldn't safeguard the interest. Here also it is not in a position to safeguard the interest. Anybody can chase this. So I won't be in this. This is not, I'm not going to get into this. We'll get another opening probably. This is something new that we've been facing for the last few days. There's a problem in the network, probably because of the weather. Just more on less.
Seven of the nine runners here, single figures with six rash with favourite at 370 and very solid. The two fly around at 460 and very solid. We're down back into the strong mile front wheel. Then we got to find this cherry. We're looking at about $5 was $6.50 at lunchtime. If you take a chance though, the market likes it. Three warrants, steady at 6. Going to number 8 edition, getting up to $8. 4 days of fair, solid at 9, tons each way. That's been big, though it's wobbly in the market. 650 out of 950 out of $10. Now Rashford 340, flywheel 420. Fairburst gets the best back. 6 and 2 up at the 4 inch, right? That's fine. Race 7 today, we have the right interchange with the Definitive Flow. We said that's the actionable, can't make the weight. Kyle Wilson, Taylor with the replacement. Race 7, Kyle Wilson, Taylor rides at the Definitive Flyer. The halfway mark with race 5 is the betting. Two Big Boy, 750 out of 10. Flywheel, best 4-8, now 440. Warren, 6 out to 850. Diana's Affair, 9 down to 8. Cheddar, 6 to 550. Rashford, 390 down to 340. Regal Edition at 51. Edition, 7 out to 850. Here on day, $41. Which for the favourite, the ratings. Tough stuff at the Quantifying. Moving. 7 of the 9 runners are simply figures, but in the wash getting close to the off. 6 Rashford for this back. $3.40. The second best back was 2. Flywheel at $4.20. 5 was Jeremy. The third best back at $5. That's all of these. Two Big Boy out to $11. Warranty right at $8.50. It's a fair, but I like always around at $8.50. Getting down to $8. Certainly there was 6, 2 and 5 the best back was 3 out. Even a fair, we saw a similar sort of race here 2 weeks ago with Megadale arrived and hit it up in the last several of these rebound races. It was a bunch finished and a busy finish. I see a similar scenario in the hard place. Playing well now. It's a fair right to go with Flywheel, Regal Edition, it's Chenery. It's a bit like Vegas in the previous race. It's coming round, coming wide, it's too difficult in time. This race 4, this is race 5, the line is on. You're set, and they're racing. Diana's Affair and Flywheel made good starts from their inside barriers with their speed out wide from Warren, Sue, Big Boy, and Hirano going forward. We've got 5 and 9 years late drive for that first bend. Miss Chenery opting out of any speed battle. Educate at the end of the other's race. Getting one off the rail, followed by Regal Edition, and Edition is last of all. For the back straight, Warren Crown cut across Big Boy. They stride together and the gallop is good up to 1,200 metres. 3-away Flywheel in third. Diana's Affair fourth defence. Inside of Hirano, he's back to be fifth. Then Miss Chenery outside of Regal Edition. And together with the tail, Rashford and Edition. They estimate 7 to 8 off the lead. 900 left to run. Warren eventually crossed Sue Big Boy. For the first time, tries to strike a breather. Flywheel came off the fence, so Diana's Affair slipped on it. It's inside. Felix away from Regal Edition and Pirone. They're racing together. And it's this Chenery Edition of Rashford. Written quietly, written patient with the tail end. And safe for one final go. Warren really has backed it off as they reach the 600 metres. With the deck arch leads the Big Boy. Diana's Affair and Flywheel in third and fourth. They both secured good runs. This Chenery trying to settle wide. Pirone going with it. Then Regal Edition and Rashford pulled to the outside. It is a packing field. They head for home now, short of 400 left to run. Non-straighting Warren led the way. From the outside, Sue Big Boy again going up strongly. Diana's Affair goes to the rail. And Flywheel of Miss Chenery. Then the sweepers out wide and are going strongly. Down towards 100 metres. Diana's Affair is coming through on the inside with Flywheel. It's Diana's Affair in front, going strongly. Oh, Diana's Affair first. Flywheel Edition. Sue for third. One over the line, Miss Chenery. Then Warren, Sue Big Boy, Regal Edition. here on it. That should never put in. Here last is something.
4.
It's a fair number 4 day. Sweeter. You know, plus for the boxing up on the left the rail. And a 400 steam up and that's the spreading wheel. Flywheel. Fourth.
4285, I think. Four two eight five. So what happened is this thing is working. This was one of the drifts which was there, and the 4 was here. Both of them had the same advantage or disadvantage, the same pressure, but this was from a gate number 13, this one was from gate number 10, this one was from gate number 1. Then the 2 8 and 5. 4, 2, 8 and 5. The 3 and the 6 did not do anything. This is the second time we got this. The first time was here. No, that was the second time. The first time was this one. I think the 5-1. Yep, the 5-1. That was the highest. Here, this thing did. This one came a little. So it has correlations with the placing. We'll figure out how this thing is reacting and what is it. This definitely has a correlation with the pressure and the placing. We'll go to the next and see what's going on, but that was it. It is difficult to assume in a circumstance like this that this is going to go through when everybody is 4-figure. Anybody from anywhere can actually, with the slightest advantage, disadvantage, a little bit of jockey thing will work. One, 2, 10, 12, 14 all scratched. 5, 6, 11 and 4.
Linux. natural deduction. Natural deduction. Yes, up. Same source. Righto. Okay, thanks, Kevin. The next user, the 1900 metres, Carmen weight number 1 from Stanley at the saddle. Current price is $15. Fleet Commander at 9 to 50. Goes up to 650. Worth down to big odds 51 now. The Empress Sparrow has been a well-supported favourite in 310. That's been the one bottom price all day. Sun Source at 31. Now we've been supported from Lennox, who was 650 earlier, 550 now. Natural reduction at 12. Anderson Future would have been written down to 750. So market just started to slide out now to 650. Best back here is Fear Prospero in another 10 cents. The $3 favourite. It's a long distance race and the car due to go in 6 minutes. Starting point for the fifth, the LA Kirk and Barbury start. This over 1900 metres. Two scratchings, numbers 8 and 9, 10 to run. There's 5 is coming up in 4 minutes. Some stores, enough production, and this
There is some problem with their feed and network. Kind of messed it up. Beautiful. I don't even know what does that mean. This is very embarrassing. At least we bought something. Anyway, we'll go to the next. Let's see what's going on. So this is the sixth one. This is a class one. If we look through the odds are 5, 6, 11, and 4. And if we look through the rails, we do get the 5 on top. But that's the largest drift. That is the largest outer. It is generally the second horse pool. This is where they stand. I mean, that is the largest outer drift is generally the second horse pool. But whenever they're here, they fail. I don't know why that happens, but the moment they're with all good situation, they have the rails, they have everything, that is where they fail. So that's the first thing. The second thing is it's in a good hand. There is no doubt it is in a good hand. But if we look at the pressure, it doesn't have the pressure for a 1200 meter. That's very weird. Now, if you look at the difference here, that's 2033, that's 13% here. We have a 10%, so obviously this has more advantage. If we look at this one and this one, that's 33 and 25. So that's about 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that's about 8, right? That's about 8, and here it is 1, 17 and 16. Here it is 8%. Here it is 1%. I'm sorry, the sheet is it's a spreadsheet, so not everything can be put into numbers here. Certain things I'm doing manually, because the spreadsheet behaves very badly. It gets very heavy the moment we do that. Anyway, so from this one, it has more advantage. From this one has more advantage. And this one is also with one of the best jocks, the 6. all of them are neutrals, or this one is a neutral, this one is a neutral, this one is the largest outer drift. So, and that 7 is a check because we have that number on 7. So that's something which is also here. So this thing doesn't need the rails, but rails just will give it an extra advantage. This thing can go from any direction. But I checked this thing, the 7 is here after 22 weeks. It's going to be racing after 22 weeks. It's in a very good hand that's there. The 4 is the linear. The 4 is the linear. It's got the physics. This side is there. So it probably will get in, but winning is difficult from this position. Plus it is a 687, so there's not much that can happen with this. So, that's what my take is. The 5 is, this is a tricky position. This is from where they fail. So generally they come up to second or the third position, depending on who's riding that jock. That's what that number means when that's the largest drift. Any of these two. So now that brings us to 3. The 3 has a lot of league races, and it has won actually a Group 1. There is almost no pressure on this horse, so that is also there. Now, I genuinely like the 6 for only one condition, because the 4 is in a position which cannot win. The 4 is in a position where it cannot win, and out of these two horses, I mean here this one definitely has advantage over the 5, but when it is compared with the 6, then the 6 has more advantage from every angle, because of the jockey, because of all that is playing. And that Mr. Villain, Mr. 7, is hiding here. I don't know what Mr. 7 is going to do, but we don't have a clear go. This is not a clear go. We need a clear go where we know that we are in safe hands, and it is going to be something that we can rely on. We can't rely on the 5. The 5 has failed so many times from that position. It is very difficult to believe that this drift has failed so many times from that position. It is very difficult to believe that this drift is going to go from that position. I mean, even if it does, even then, I am not going to go with that kind of an uncertainty. We need to draw a line. I'm going to draw a line for myself in it. I'm getting old, so I need to be a little cautious about what I am doing financially. So that is not a great idea. This is not a great idea. The 11 is good. The 11 is not bad. But when it is compared with the 6 is a better talk and is in a better position. So that is definitely there. This thing is here. It cannot win. Okay. It cannot win no matter what it does, but it will get into a position, that is for sure. Probably if the 7 doesn't topple it off. We'll see how it works. I am not going to get into it. I am this aggregation that we are doing is half baked. All right, this aggregation is half baked. We need to be very sure of what we are doing. Firstly, this thing has to be fine-tuned and then cross-checked with the tier 1 tracks like Randwick, Flemington, and all those places. We are at Doomben. Doomben is good, so I included this today to work on this, but this is half baked. But with that half baked, we've got about 3-4 races today. But this is something that needs to be worked on. I am going to be monitoring this, and we'll see how it works. This thing is here. The 6 has more advantage than the 11 or the 5, especially with the jock. One of the best jock. That's hands down one of the best jock. The best jock, actually, 6, and then 5. Then it is 3 here with that advantage, which is absolutely nothing. So things can go wild, and things probably will go wild. I am out. I will not get into this. Gentlemen, if you think whatever we are doing, it adds any value to your sports game, please give us a like. That will help the video to get a little popularity in YouTube, and that'll help the channel. If you really think it adds value, please give us some likes. It'll actually help the channel. And please do subscribe.
Come here, mate. Yes, that keep Doomben's the same at number 5, $3, just ahead of number 6. Look, that would be the two I like. I went 5 to beat 6. Two greens, one keep Doomben's draw there. Two, this race happens to be on the speed. So, I started, but for the day, has to rely on no traffic. That's getting back into the base, just hopeless all the way down the straight. All the same though, as I'm speaking through you, keep Doomben $3, getting close to leaving the market. 11 Velozes for $6, 4 stars nice for $6.50. $30 for a strong hand in this race with those three runners. Keep Doomben, Velozes for stars enough. I was on the track there for the 6th race. The 7th race, we had Joe Taylor's been run 55. Change this car was the start of the race, so Jack Davis. The Grandstand since today. With the market runners here, King moves Condo. Expect King move the lead. Condo's going to try and find a spot on the map in midfield. Half a tricky draw barrier 9. We come out of the same race here 2 weeks ago, the last race of the day. In fact, it was 3 weeks ago. King Boom was good, downside leading Rockstall Will. Condo 12 and 15, ignore it. It's never going to be all the way down the straight. They both got the share of the buyers from the market point of view today. King Boom currently 280, but for Condo, it's been well back $2.90 from 4 this morning. So currently, we're trying to meet each other in the market. And for losses, she's respected under 11 into $5. 4 stars of us, the other run at single figures, $7.50 as they load up. 5 or 6 to move in. Clearly 5 and 6 the best back. Get some help and support from left. Service. Join us now for the broadcast of the 6th race in Doomben. And the crowd is into the subs out in full force now. Right, this day. Do number 5, $3 and 6 for Condo, $3. So they have met each other in the market. Doomben for Loz is just behind them at $5. Chardonnay for Loz is better be ready in the last 3 to move in. Speed trains better be ready to prepare Dave as a feeling in the first leg of the quaddy. Take 4 David Thornton again to run on the race. Never want to have a horse. Scoot over one of the runs. Chardonnay is the last one up. Just about ready now for the 6th of Doomben as Chardonnay goes in. Starter hasn't been quite climb. 11 to run here. Last one, 1,200 metres. There's the lane. Racing. Coming out badly to start was Velozes, the third favourite, Mr. by 3 or 4. King D quickly off the mark, goes to the early lead. Chardonnay showing speed. Facundo's right there early. He's serving in street wide. He'll try getting closer to the rail. What about Rock Railers, Stars and Us, and Bit of Grunt as they head into the first bend. Then came Velozes. Make a call drifting back to the second half of the field. Then came 4.5, Memory Ready Deep, and Jediah is last. 6.50 left to run. King Moon, the favourite in control. And Facundo's right there, second the outside. The big guns to market, 1-2. At the halfway mark, the Gallop is good. 35.03. Stars and Us going through to be third. Chardonnay in 4. Velozes do the rail, and then came Bit of Grunt. Followed by Rock Railers. Jediah make a call, Memory Ready, and 4.5 whips them in. Homeward bound, 300 left to run, and King Move wiggled for home and railed well. He got away from Facundo, but big Stars on Us. He's not going to get a good finish. He's coming home strongly through the centre. King Move's the leader, 100 left to run. Stars on Us trying hard. Facundo's still there. King Move in front, now shortening stride. They're gathering it in. Facundo, he went over
6.45.
Big Stars on Us.
6 definitely had more advantage.
Wheels for Kelly Schrader. Kundo. And outside of King Boom. King Boom pitched a length or 2 on him around the bend. Kundo was resolute. Michael Ron going to the line. Stars and Us eventually pitch second. And King Boom. And a break in the early part of the straight will have to settle for 3. Getting 4.
Six, 4, 5, 11. Played the odds beautifully. So we spoke about this. The The 5, they fail from that position. And the 6 was good because that's within the rails, that's an advantage because that's just 1% difference. So this one gets more advantage plus a jockey, the best jock. The 4 was not in a position to win, but it just got there. Then 5 and 11. The 7 was running after 22 weeks, so there's no hope on this. At times it works, at times it doesn't, but it's ideal to stay away from that kind of a situation. We'll go to the next. Seven has been scratched. 3, 12, 6 and 4.
So, step and star, post, you know. now. Public's middle. Punters are all over. Aaron's bar in race 6, number 2, being lower now 270. I think it's head to the market, number 1, $26. Now, $1.50. First person, $8. Edmonds now, 11, was 15 this morning. 34, Westfield, 26. So, average bar was the 310 favourite this morning, is in the 270. Last year, again, $10. In great form, this preparation, Star Mode with the Winters on today at 17, Botanic at $10, and at 8.50. More one-way traffic here, average bar dropping from Saturday Company to the Vidrika, 2.7 favourite, 8.62 and 5 points. So Botanica, Star Mode, that's
So this is the 7th one. It's a benchmark 70. Now, if you look at the odds, it's 3, 12, 6, and 4. 3 is the favorite, right? If we look through the rails, then we get these two horses within the rails, which with actual physics on them. The rest, everything is probably a chance somewhere. I mean, everything is a chance, but now this is the second linear which is there within the rails with all the physics. That's number 10. Now, the one which is actually touching the roof is 5. That's through the rails. That's going on top. So now they have 3, 12, 6, and 4. 12 is the linear which is here. It is difficult for this thing to win, but it will get there in some way or the other. And now, so if we look at what is going on, this is at 8%. It is a good horse. It is not that it is a bad one. It has been it's been here, and it's got some substantial races here that it has done. So that's that part of the story. And so if we look at these two horses, 5 and 3, the difference is 2% here, and the difference is 9, 10, 11, 3% here. So definitely the advantage is more with 5. If we look at 5 and then go to 10, the difference is huge. That's 41. It's about 15. That's 15. The difference between these two horses is 15. And here we have 18. Now that makes 10 in a better shape. And if we look at these two, this is not in a position to win. And about 1 and this one, the other one, which is 4, which is the largest inner. This is in very good hands, by the way, one of the best jockeys probably. So if we 41-33, that's about 8, and the difference is 7. So the difference is 7 here. In that case, the low pressure will have more advantage. So the 4 has more advantage than the 10, and the 10 has more advantage than the rest of the Jing Bang lot. But this is a good one actually. They are in a good hand. That's that. They're in a good hand. They have the advantage over this one. And the problem is, it's a 1350. They needed one of these guys. This guy, I don't know what he will do, but it looks like they know what they're doing. They kind of the best team here, the 4, and the advantage is a lot more than these guys. So what might happen here is very dicey. See, I have a strong feeling that it is going to play very bad. It is going to play very bad because the rails are not supporting anything but these two horses. So if we look through this side, then we do get the 4 on top. That's there. But having said that, it's not a clean shot actually. The 3 which is the favorite, is a favorite. Okay, fair enough. But the 10 has more advantage than the 3. And the 4 has more advantage than the 10. The 10 has the physics, which is within the rails. It's got one of the best jocks. So, and they are kind of tailing each other, and this one is through the rail. So the kind of pressure line is here. This one doesn't have pressure from gate number 2 to deliver. It is a question of chance. This might work, this might not work. I will not get into this. The 4 definitely, like here, the 6 had more advantage here because of the difference on the sectional speed. So, and the percentage of weight, the difference was here, and the difference is 1% here. So here it is adequate amount of this advantage which is there. 7%. -33, so into 8, and here it is 7, and here it is 7. So the lower one will get the advantage. This one will get the advantage, not the 10. But that's a bad idea. I'm out. So that makes that 4 is a check. That 4 is quite capable. I mean, the 4 is there anyway within the odds.
With starry eyes, $10.80 to be the best bank runner. It's 5.50 right this morning and this afternoon. Take for the current center matter. It's hard to beat on his last run to be good far. He was on a carnival day behind Harbourbath and come on the crowd. But he runs to that. It's been good for some just to get to the market points. Second pick is $6.26. He'll be on the front on the screen. Green Dogs spent some money for this morning. Holding its spot at $6.50. We've get up giving out 5.7. Up to Charles giving out 7.59. And got the one with three starry eyes up to the morning as well. Great 7 games. In seventh race. That's best against Charm Hill, 9, 10 back to 9.50. Tara Jasmine, 21 to 35. Starry Eyes, best back runner. Evan $4, 4 wins now, 3.70 at the favourite. Luke Dog, 7 to 6.50. Fat Fingers, 10 out of 16. Lugan's back in 36, 5. Tractor is 8 up 41. I've got no Troops are 18, 17, get other 5. Starry Eyes, 370. I like it. I know it's been out of turn Starry Eyes, but it's in 3 runs this time. They've all been Saturday benchmark 78 places on each occasion. Seemed to be his last one. He's performed really well. Comes to that Harbour Master performance in the farm. Last time they really mighty hard to beat today. The market likes him as well. Being 5.50 this morning, 5.50 for the major part of the day. Then it went off in the last half hour, down to $4. 6 Lumens letting support coming for him at $5. 4 Blue Dogs, Rob Solid at 6. 12 hit other, up to 7. 1 into Charm Deal, up to 9. $5. Under the $10 line as they start to move in. You have to say that, Starry Eyes is the best back runner. Best back runner of the previous race for Kundo. It's a purpose to get outside of King Boots. They got nice and there. Their main danger was right on the race because he was there to strike. Only went a bit wide with the strike. It's a state of strong run to get down to the stars and I split them. Back to third. But it can tell you shooter of trading up as well. So I'm retired as a fair in the field. But it's successful. Might have run a bright numbers. It's advances. So we're the second row. Fully the gates well. 4 runs to lead up. First 30 performance on Saturday. To their favourite, it's going to be excellent. Big fields for all of the races. A couple of highlights as possible. Yeah, before that, race 7 of Doomben was our first appointment, number 3 Starry Eyes. The run the favourite, $4 as Winter Carnival goes up the line. At the start of Brad Richardson has a complete line, he turns on the line, except for the third one. In a break. Tara Jasmine just moved, racing. Well, Starter's delight at the end. And Big Dog's drifting back soon after the start. Starry Eyes about midfield. Lubin's Lenny showing his expected speed. It's a charm deal off a white gate, comes across to be second. And Cracker SG will drive through and sit behind the lead pair in third. Love will come later was fourth away. Then Treasurer. Starry Eyes midfield. Big Dog's improving along the fence. In behind that trio came Affinity Flyer. Then Headhunter. It's a long way back as they hit that 800 metre back there. Their fat fingers. Tara Jasmine was last. I'd say 10 lengths span, but the Gallopers good. 700 left to run. Lubin's Letting is running free. Then 3/4 to It's a Charm Deal. Treasurer 3 wider and Love will come later. And Cracker SG and Ruffy getting a good run on the fence. The first split 44.82. Then Moondog. Starry Eyes coming off from it. He's being ridden hard as they approach the turn. Moondogs tries to improve. Affinity Flyer travelling to the picture. Then came Fat Fingers, a long way back, Headhunter, and Tara Jasmine is last. Lubin's Letting from It's a Charm Deal. Love will come later. Affinity Flyer getting home down the outside. Starry Eyes look to be too far back. Lubin's Letting in front. Affinity Flyer's a danger on the outside. Affinity Flyer swept up, went by Lubin's Letting. Moondogs runs on fairly, but Affinity Flyer pulled away and beat Lubin's Letting.
10.
Not sure. Fat Fingers in the photo with Love will come later. Then Headhunter, followed by It's a Charm Deal. Well back is Tara Jasmine, Cracker SG, Treasurer. It's hard to follow Starry Eyes. Might be something in this with any pass a horse today. The favourite ran last. Infinity Flyer, the winner. Bale was riding for Steve Kirkwood. It's a good third.
What happened there is something that we need to figure out. But the 10 got through. The 3 and 10 both had the physics. Jesus Christ, how long did it take to update, man? This is absurd, man. Anyway, we'll take a look at that later. We'll go to the next 8. 3, 4, 7, 11 I scratched. 5, 6, 9, 10. Still closed. Anyway, we'll take a look at that later. Ten, 6, 4, then 5 and 9. 10, 6, 4, then 5 and 9 dead heat. That was the previous race. Okay, let's first look at what happened in the previous one. So the 3 was the favorite. That did not work because the second linear was very much present within the box, within the rails, and that was the second linear. So obviously with that pressure it took it down. Then came 6, which was the largest outer. Then came 4, and 5 and 9 for some reason had a tie. The 5 was the one which was going off the rails. 3 basically was a 1350 without pressure. How will that horse win is a very difficult job. The thing is, this one was within the rails and it is the second linear. So obviously the first linear is here. It is difficult for the first linear to win because it is here, though it had the physics. But this one was well equipped So we'll go to the next. Now the odds here are 5, 6, 9, and 10. That 5 is the favorite, then 6, 9, and 10. If we look through the rails, then that 5 is on top, and that's the linear. There's nothing smaller than this. Everything is bigger than this. So that's that. Now within the rails, we have 12, which is a 6-year-old mare. So when it is there within the rails, it is definitely a problem. So that's a check. And then we also have the 2, which is here, but it lacks this side of the rails. So there's a problem with the physics. And the 6 is also within the rails. That's one of the drifts. We'll not go there and do all that, but the 5 is with a 58%. The nearest competition is probably 8, 33, 39. Difference is 6% here more. And here it is huge. That's a 58 by 16. So that is not a question of work or not work. The 12, 33, 26. So that's 7. Here it is 48. And the 2 is not there within the physics, but let's say if we do that 10, this is almost more than double. So yeah, 5 is good. Looks like a clean shot. The 5 should not fail unless their management kicks in, because that's one crucial part which is there. But we can't have everything on platter. That is also true. We can't have everything on platter, so that's that part of the story. Now, what are the possibilities? This is a problem that we have to deal with, but it looks like it is good. It's a 414, which is okay, not the greatest, but it is okay. What are the possibilities that might happen? Is the 12 might get in because it is there within the rails in some form. These two have the lowest pressure. It's a 1100 meter. Again, it's difficult to assume that a 1100 meter without pressure they will be doing some great job. All 3 of them belongs to that category. The game is probably here, but 5 looks good. Unless they do the disaster because of their management and they make it a mess, 5 should win. If the 5 doesn't get tailed, I would want to back it. If the 5 doesn't get tailed.
at the start. Just awaiting on lockdown gamble will be the last arrival. Start time now. About to move forward. Favourite's drawn barrier one, no drama. And it's the first going up into the gates. Remaining at the price of $3.90. Barrier blocks it on and big drama moving it down. At 9 the favourite. Nano's Wish $4. High Dandy and Jacob's Time going in. Down Gamble's locked away. Serene Nick moving in. And Miss Hades to the forward. About 15 metres. And Miss Hades moves in the lane. Now Willie off. Willie off about to move in. With Nano's Wish. So Kieran back up the ball, promotes really on it, looking for a double. Anna Hieronymus runs the first double and some points for the last winners. But tries to finish for the day. Now, Casalark moving in. Tommy Berry, the replacement rider there. Pardon my French. At 8 points, and down the last two to move in. Four to the favourite, no drama, carrying 62 kilos. Last time was here at Prison Distance. Rolling forward. High Dandy settled back on the inside, followed by Serene Nick and Lockdown Gamble a bit deep. To the back to Miss Hades. Cadillacs pulling hard in the early stages. And 8 points being snagged back to last. They find the order and no drama holds the front. The favourite from the second favourite, Nano's Wish. And Willie up against a good trail on the outside of Jacob's Time. Two further back to High Dandy, fifth. The rail from part of my French Lockdown Gamble cast wide. They're followed there by Miss Hades and advances Serene Nick from Casalark. And 2 lengths away to 8 pointer. To the race to the Gamsey side of the course and no drama carrying 62 kilos leads for Clark. One Nano's Wish from a long Victorian campaign back in Sydney Park second. Followed then by Jacob's Time and advance and Willie Opera being pushed along. Then came High Dandy, pardon my French. Look at these back in the field are struggling as they come to the turn. 400 a run, no drama in front by a length. Now Nano's Wish are being stoked up. Jacob's Time, the fence from Willie Opera. Then came High Dandy, pardon my French. Miss Hades will flip into work into the clear. No drama leads inside the 250. No drama 2 in front. Nana's Wish is sticking on. Nana's going after no drama now. No drama. Nana's Wish, the favourites fight it out, and Nana's back in town. Nana's Wish gone down. No drama. Jacob's Time third. Then came Willie Opera. Followed by Casalark and Miss Hades. Further back to High Dandy, part of my French Lockdown Gamble Serene Nick. And 8 point was always towards the rear of the field. So Nana's Wish, handed by Anna Roper, trained by Kieran Maher off an extended Victorian campaign back in Sydney, raced handy. Anna's claim made the difference there. 56.5. There was a fair bit between them in the weights. Nana's Wish paying $4.60 and $2.10. No drama 140. Jacob's Time a return of $7.70. Willie Opera will grab that number 14. Recently go. This is the Denver's form Genie's head. Now, number one, he's hit Tory Sullivan. Two defiant Spirit Coles Taylor. The five, Cass Dave, Jake Bayless. Rivers with an affinity flyer. Number six, Simba and Jones. Eight, Delwell, Stacey Callow. Charming Nick Damien for 10 fit for Tulsi. Caspanova's the favourite in number 5. Another race. Just a gamble. There's money coming from 9. Charming. 9.57. Obviously, for the 10 late. Still on spot of 6 and 7 dollars. Trial well recently Caspanova's. It's Tower Lake 3 in the first up. The race 8 is in front of us. Jump straight on the back of Sandy out. Last two to come up here at Doomben to complete the line for the last race. We're back here on Wednesday. We're going to continue big league racing during the winter. He's never goes in. Probably the best back runner. No, yeah, will be the last one to move up. Coming in. Last of the day. Caspanova's drifting late in betting. It's the favourite. Set. Ready to break. Racing Brisbane. Espinova came out last. That's not good for favourite backers. Femme Fatale, Defiant Spirit, and Simplu were the first three to go. The well-backed E7 comes across, gets in close to the rail in a good position, following the leading trio as they head into the first bend. 2 legs away, Thelwell, then Charming Big Caspanova. About 2 legs away, second last, about 6 off the lead, and IPO 2 off last. Travelling on the side, just over 600 left to run. First up today, Defiant Spirit, 3/4, Femme Fatale, and hits 7. Comes up 3-1, approaching the turn. Simply, meanwhile, trailing fourth the rail. Charming Big right behind it, needing room to move. Then Thelwell, Caspanova, starts to travel in the picture. Pulling over the back of P7 for right home. And IPO turned in last. In the straight, Defiant Spirit, Femme Fatale. Tackled by E7, Thelwell. Sydney looking for the inside rider. And Caspanova putting in strongly down the outside. Defiant Spirit on the inside is trying to stave off a wall of challenges. Thelwell and Caspanova trying hard. Caspanova and Simbo. Simbo getting out late will beat them all. Simbo from Defiant Spirit.
6. Man, it had a bad start. It had a very bad start. The management will play a role.
It's trying to hold on. You can see Thelwell and also Caspanova putting it hard. IPO was going to be out the outside. All of a sudden, Sydney got the gap, dashed through, and it wins the last race.
652, I think. 652. So what happened is this, that they have a bad management, that's for sure. They have a bad management. They're reckless people, that's all. And in the bargain, the 6 kind of took it through. Six, 5, 2. The 2 also got there, I think. It was there within. It was here. It had the problem with the physics, but it was definitely there. 6, 5, 2. And 8, probably the other one. You've seen that 8 getting through. So it was here. Apart from that 12, everybody got through. But that is it, ladies and gentlemen. That is it. We had 8 races today here at Doomben. That was the last one. And about tomorrow, if we see what do we have tomorrow. I don't want to. We've got very weird tracks tomorrow. This is one track that is going to be available to us, but this track is a very tricky and a very weird track. But I think, I mean, we played last week here, and it was really weird. This track, everything is on advantage. There are, I mean, they don't have the right stock of the horses, and it becomes a mess. So I think I'm going to skip tomorrow, and we'll rejoin again on Friday. We'll have some better ground. Geelong is there, Rockhampton is there, so we'll have a better option on Friday. Tomorrow we'll skip. This is not where we want to race. The rest are also exactly the same, so these tracks we don't want to get in. We'll try to get the Geelong